The holographic universe is being played and presented within an extremely sophisticated processing system, existing outside what we believe our universe to be. The body is just an avatar within a simulation program inside a processing system containing libraries of both environment images and avatar images. Other libraries exist in the processing system containing stories relating to both images and to the interactions between these images. So where is this processing system, and what does it look like? The processing system is a conceptual-based processor, manifested through communication, using glyphs, appearing both as letters, numerals. Where does it exist? Each individual processing system is like a terminal in a larger processing system or mainframe. This is the structure of own processing system, shown from the beginning of this video. Most on Earth want to believe that the human body is in fact reality, with nothing existing outside that body, apart from the universe. But this could not be further from the truth. I refer to our true entity as the real self or life. Nothing at all to do with the brain or anything else in this universe or any other. The real self or life both produces the experience from its outer end, while the inner end experiences it. This is achieved through the processing system of the real self or life. Can we see the processing system? Yes, through a variety of different methods, one of which I will show here in this video. We can see the processing system of life in our vision simply by staring at a white wall and without moving your eyes blink rapidly. What you will see in front of you, in your vision, is an array of blue octagonal frames. The reason we can see the processing system of the real self or life is because our avatar involves a visual interface system, which allows us to see both the worldly experience as well as our processing system. In past history, we once knew how to see and use the processing system, writing to it through our visual function, but since then the knowledge was hidden by scribes. A scribe is, of course, a person who serves as a professional copyist, especially one who made copies of manuscripts before the invention of printing. A public clerk or writer, usually one having official status, and who were responsible for setting the standards involving written language. Here is how we can view and study the processing system of life, appearing as though being displayed on your video screen. Instead of blinking rapidly at a white screen, I have replaced the action with a strobe. If strobe lights were harmful to us, emergency and other service vehicles would not be allowed to use them. To see the processing system, the area being strobed must conform to the standards of the processing system. This is a drawing of what I refer to as the eye matrix, because it is the base partition map seen through the eyes when blinking rapidly at a white wall. I refer to the partition structure as a matrix as it is a lattice work. Here is an area being strobed at 24 frames per second, allowing you to see components and workings of the processing system. Just stare at your screen, and you will see displayed in color octagons, rings of octagons, some rotating, and other geometry rotating, 5 and 6 pointed stars, line work, images, and other assorted line work, as well as script looking as though using English lettering and numerals. I have added an outer frame in yellow and 5 octagons, 1 large and 4 smaller, to show the main processing areas. The rest of the components can be seen by your real self or life, but cannot be captured on screen or any other human device except by drawing a copy of what you can see. In my next video, the holographic universe. Video 2, I will show more about each of the format components and how they work. Welcome to my second video. In my last video near the end, I showed you the processing taking place in real time through the use of a video interface. Each of the following videos will present one format at a time to allow you to both see in real time through the use of a video interface, and understand what I am revealing. Once again, I will remind you that strobe lights are not harmful. If they were, emergency and service vehicles would not be allowed to use them. The processing system of life will be shown to you through the use of strobed areas within a video interface. One of the reasons you are told by some that strobe lights can induce epileptic fits is just to prevent you from discovering the processing system of the real self or life. If we know what we are looking for, we can find some knowledge recorded throughout history referring to the processing system of the real self or life. Sadly, most of the writings have been corrupted by the scribes. We can still find evidence in many places today, showing components of the processing system of life, often recorded in the form of architectural decor, in government and public buildings, such as libraries, art galleries, old post offices, train stations, and museums. They can also be found in palaces and nobles' houses, as well as religious buildings, such as Buddhist temples, cathedrals, churches, monasteries, Jewish synagogues, mosques, and many other religious buildings and shrines. Many religious icons display components of the processing system of life, especially from Byzantium. The first item I want to bring to your notice involves script boxes, used in the processing system of life, which I will reveal in real time near the end of this video. Here are just a few examples, shown in photos I took while recently in China. Script boxes in the processing system come in many different formats, so the format I will show you in the video interface in real time is the format referred to in some of the photos I have shown. Here is a drawing showing the upper and lower script boxes used in accessing the temporary libraries using the video interface. This drawing shows sort of what the letters and numerals look like in the script boxes seen in this next video interface. Stare at the video interface upper and lower script boxes, and if you take careful notice, you will see the script being presented, similar to that shown in the drawing. Please note, I have not put any script into this video interface being shown here, but what you can see in the way of script in the upper and lower script boxes is part of the program presented by your outer true self or life. Welcome to my third video. If you have not watched my first two videos of this series, please watch them in their correct order first, or you may not understand this knowledge in its correct context. In my last video, I showed you near the end a video interface displaying the program contents in an upper and lower script box. This is one place where we can read the contents and write to the program, which produces your experience or universe you believe to be in. The video interface involves strobes running at 24 frames per second, the same frame rate used in past movies. If strobes were unsafe, emergency vehicles would not be allowed to use them. Here is the video interface used in my previous video, but this time it is used to access the temporary libraries instead. This drawing is of a video interface, so you will know what to look for, displayed in the script box. This is sort of like what the instruction codes will appear like. There are two different sizes of letters, seen in the script box. The letters and numerals appear in different colors, because the processing system uses color codes, which I will explain more about in another video. These are just some random glyphs, similar to the sort of instructions used. Note these symbols or letters have much different meanings than when used in the English language. These libraries are where the contents is stored, which produces your experience involving your body and the universe environment. The four large yellow squares represent the temporary library access registers. The upper left square represents the program register. The upper right square represents the control register. The lower left square represents the image register, storing pictures, and the lower right square represents the scratch pad register. The script box shown in the program register displays instruction codes used to access the program libraries. Just stare into the rectangular script box and pay careful attention to what you see. It may take some patience to be able to read the data, but be patient, and in time you will be able to read it easily. Here are some photos I took while I was in Beijing, China, during a previous tour. Often in China, you can see this architectural decor on both Buddhist temples and government buildings, as well as some large houses. I have also included an example from a mosque. Here are some more photos taken when I was touring China. It is easy to recognize the script box representations in the architectural decor in these photos. Welcome to my fourth video of the series, the Holographic Universe. In my other videos of this series, I mentioned that strobes are not dangerous to our health, or emergency vehicles would not be allowed to use strobe lights. Essentially any video has a strobe in the form of the number of frames per second being viewed. In this video, I will show through the use of strobes in a partition map, some other script boxes which can display the contents of a written program in the processing system of the real self or life. Only the real self or life can see the script contained in the processing system. Nothing else in this universe, including species such as humans, can see this program script. This is why it is not possible to obtain a screen capture of the script. This program tool can either contain 2 script boxes, 3 script boxes, or a single square register. This is just one example of this program tool involving 2 script boxes. If we strobe either of these 2 script boxes, we can read the available letters used in accessing the registers linked to the script box. Here is the upper script box being strobed between black and white. This shows a zoomed-in version of just the program tool containing script boxes. If you stare inside the script box being strobed, you will see the range of different instruction letters used to access different registers. Often these form a directory tree. This video interface acts just like a manual or dictionary, showing the range of instruction letters available to link the script box to the target register. We can then read the contents of a program or write to the program. If you look carefully, you will note the letters and numerals are in different colors. This is because the processing system of the real self or life uses color coding. Here is a zoomed-in example of the square register in the same programming tool, which can display both script and pictures. Many see the instruction letters in the script boxes being strobed, but if you are having difficulty seeing these, be patient and keep trying. Try changing the distance between your screen and yourself. The best way to see these examples is on either a laptop or PC. In my next video in this series, I will explain more and present other formats in the video interface regarding the permanent libraries containing images and the libraries containing the books. Welcome back to my 5th video. In my last video, I showed a zoomed-in version of a programming tool involving the script boxes, presented in the form of a video interface. Were you able to see the colored glyphs in the script box being strobed? Strobes are not harmful to our health, as some may believe. Note, if strobes were harmful, emergency vehicles would not be allowed to use strobe lights. This next drawing shows a static example of script, similar in format to what you should have seen in the script box, shown in video 4 of this series. Please note, in the zoomed-in version of script box tool shown in my last video, I did not enter any of the script myself, but if you saw the script, it was displayed by the outer end of the real self or life. For some to be able to read the contents in the strobed area of the script box may require a high degree of concentration. I once experienced great difficulty myself when I discovered this phenomena more than 20 years ago, but through perseverance I was able to increase my concentration level to the point where I can now read it. This next video interface I want to show you displays both landscape images and text together in the program register of the 9 gates. The letters you can see are all the different instructions used to enter another stage accessing the program. To see this, you may need to concentrate at an increased level than what you are used to, but others may see both the landscape images as well as the script very easily. Here is one example used in the iMatrix, using a video interface. Animation software involving geometry is used to form the video interface. Stare at the strobed area for some minutes, blink occasionally, and you will be able to see both the landscape by ignoring the script, and see the script by ignoring the landscape image. Again, the landscape images and data you see in this register has not been put in by myself, but instead it is being produced by the outer end of your real self or life, through the processing system of life. Here is a zoomed-in version of the same register, which may allow you to see the landscape images in the black and the colored letters and numerals more easily if you are using a cell phone or smartphone. If you are having difficulty seeing the landscape images, colored letters and numerals, try gazing at the strobed area while adjusting the distance between you and the screen until you see them. Were you able to see both the instruction letters and environmental images? This register is made up of many sub-registers, which I will show a map of in my next video of this series, indicating all the various sub-registers, which we can use to pass on to the next stage in programming or for selecting other apps. Welcome to my 6th video of the series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched videos 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the Holographic Universe, please watch them in their correct order first, to understand what I am showing you in this video. Strobes are not harmful to our health, as some may believe. Note, if strobes are harmful, emergency vehicles would not be allowed to use strobe lights on their vehicles. In my last video, I showed a zoomed-in version of a register, showing the contents involving both environmental images and instruction script. Both these appear together, with the instruction script superimposed on the changing environmental images. Were you able to see the environmental images and instruction script? If you find it difficult to see the environmental images, a simple trick is to ignore the instruction script and look further into the strobed area to see the environment images. To read the instruction script, the trick is to ignore the environmental images by focusing in front of the environmental images. Practice will make it easier for you to see. The distance between you and the screen can be critical, so experiment with this. These next two drawings shows static examples of script, similar in format to what you should see in this next zoomed-in version of another script box. This next video interface shows the smallest of the script boxes. If you stare at the strobed box, you can see both the formats shown in the previous drawings in this video. There is the main script, as well as the upper and lower lines of script in the same script box. The upper script involves the main temporary libraries, and the lower script involves the program to be experienced, either as a vision or presented in another mode, as what many on Earth believe to be reality. The instructions can involve both links to other apps and/or program addresses, consisting of up to 4 numerals, between addresses 0000 and 9999 in each submodule. The boxed letters, like the red A for example shown in the previous drawing, relates to the addressing of a story of either an environmental or avatar image. This next video interface shows its associated register with the script box I have just shown, involving images and instructions in the form of letters and numerals, which point to different registers involving a range of different applications. This next video interface shows one of the register partitioning for accessing the instruction letters for the different apps. And another video interface displaying more partitioning of the same register. In my next video of this series I will show some more partitioning. Welcome to my 7th video of the series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched any of the videos of this series of the Holographic Universe, this video reveals the processing system behind the Holographic Universe. In this series of short videos, I am revealing the processing construct, its workings, and processing language. We can use a video interface, using animation software, involving a partition map, and the use of strobes. Strobes are not harmful to our health, as some may believe. If strobes were harmful to our health, emergency vehicles would not use strobe lights on their vehicles. In the video interface, we use a partition map as a guide to locate the various registers and libraries. There are huge libraries, containing all that has ever existed, in both environmental and avatar images, involving inners and outers, as well as all the stories or experiences that have ever existed. The system is being updated continually, storing new experiences or stories, and images. This is the partition map and carrier in the form of a disk. You may well ask, where is the processing system? The processing system is not in the universe, but the universe and experience is being produced inside a processing system outside the universe, and is referred to by some as the processing system of life. The yellow circle represents our field of vision in our sight. In some ancient writings, they referred to this processing system construct as the soul. Sadly, through the course of history, the definition of the soul has been changed by religious and political organizations. The human body is just a very, very sophisticated avatar in an interactive hologram generated by the processing system. The processing system is a highly sophisticated conceptual processing system, constructed through communication between the two ends of the mind or life, nothing to do with the human body. The processing construct is being generated by instructions involving communication, retained in a permanent library. If we gaze at a blank white wall, while repeatedly blinking rapidly, without shifting our eyes, we can see the construct of the processing system, in the form of a network of light blue octagons, and line work. The same can be seen if you gaze up at a clear blue sky. Rapid blinking repeatedly without shifting the eyes reveals the processing construct. If we are very relaxed, or have just woken up in the night, we can see the construct in our vision, and its workings if we gaze near-sighted. The partition map we see in our vision is a component of overall processing construct. I refer to it as the eye matrix because it is a lattice work or matrix seen through our vision all the time, but most humans don't take any notice of it and have adopted to ignore it. Here is a drawing of the eye matrix base partition map. This is what it looks like in our vision, if look at a blank wall and repeatedly blink rapidly. There are various methods of accessing the processing system. We can do this privately, using our brain, or we can use a video interface. The video interface uses a partition map, when generated correctly, overlays and matches the partition map of the processing system of life. Video interfaces, used to access the processing system, can be used in communication networks, rather than using RF, radio frequency, or to control transport, access any manual involving anything in existence, or for manufacturing, and importing anything into our experience or universe, or even just for entertainment. They can also be used to edit anything in this universe. Note, it is not possible to control life, involving others. It is not possible to hack the processing system of life, because the core processor connecting every terminal, that is to say, each of our processing systems, polices every action, and is responsible for being like a firewall. If anyone tries to abuse the system, the core processor has automatic functions that override and educate in response. For more information, please watch all my videos of this series, The Holographic Universe, in their correct order. Welcome to my 8th video of the series, The Holographic Universe. If you have not watched the first 7 videos of this series, please watch them all in their correct order before watching this video, or you may not understand what I am showing in its correct context. With the use of video interfaces, we can access the processing system, which is producing the holographic universe. A partition map, combined with strobes, is used to access the processing system. The 100% accurate drawing shown here is the base partition map, used to identify the different library registers, and is also involved in processing. This map is stretched out over the field of vision of the mind or life, nothing at all to do with the human body. Many religions, including New Age religions and spiritualism, believe that the real self is of human form or entity, but this is certainly not the case in reality. The real self or life is actually non-dimensional and doesn't look like a human. The human image is but an avatar used in an experience involving humans. In ancient times, writings referred to the processing system of life as the soul, whose outer form involves a square construct, within like a huge mainframe, which in itself is also a conceptual construct involving communication. When I say, the processing system is a conceptual construct, I don't mean it is theoretical, but rather it is constructed, using conceptual principles, retained in the form of communication between the outer ends of the mind or life. Life or consciousness can zoom in and out of the construct. Normally, while experiencing a world, such as involving humans or any other species, including a universe environment, we have zoomed into what I refer to as the I matrix. If we look at the overall map, ignoring the round carrier, superimposed on the square construct, you will notice that the construct is formed from 16 overlapping I matrix. In ancient writings, they referred to the ogdoad, which involves the innermost group of 4 overlapping I matrix. According to ancient writings, the experience took place in the ogdoad. This is what was referred to as the ogdoad, because an outer octagon was formed by the inner 4 I matrix, shown highlighted in black in this next drawing. The I matrix is a standalone map, and can be shifted around within the boundaries of the ogdoad. The head of the avatar is linked to the ogdoad map, while the I matrix is linked to our eyes, so its location within the ogdoad is controlled through the eyes. The head of the avatar is linked to the ogdoad map, while the I matrix is linked to our eyes, so its location within the ogdoad is controlled through the eyes. The interface contents is also holographic in nature, in that it contains and displays a subconstruct of itself, including script boxes, star functions, and others, in each subregister of all sizes. Just one of the reasons for seeing the different sized letters etc. in a register. This is the largest register for this particular video interface, showing the map involving all its subregisters, but not displaying any of its functions. In my next video of this series, The Holographic Universe, I will reveal the accessing of the permanent libraries, linked to the processing system of life. Welcome to my 9th video of this series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched my first 8 videos, please watch them all, in their correct order, before watching this video, or you may not understand what is being shown in its correct context. Video interfaces are not new to the Earth, they have been around for some thousands of years. We can find evidence of this in history, where kings and pharaohs once used video interfaces. Evidence of this can be found in architecture decor, in buildings, in just about every country on Earth. Of course, these video interfaces were not electronic-based systems, but they did use mechanical-based video interfaces instead. A rotating black disc, with an aperture in the form of a parallelogram, was cut between its center and peripheral, shown in this next drawing, was rotated at the correct speed, while the operator looked through it, at a screen lit by sunlight. A partition map of the processing system of life appears on the screen, along with many of its functioning components, being seen in real time. Masks with different shaped apertures, in different locations, were located between the rotating disc and screen, which revealed the different apps used in the processing system of life, to be seen in the operator's vision. This was the base construction of the mechanical video interface, used by kings and pharaohs in ancient history. This knowledge was known, and kept secret by kings and pharaohs, throughout history. Thousands of people were slaughtered throughout history, by those wanting to obtain the knowledge for themselves, for all the wrong reasons, but they could not understand the knowledge. Another way of seeing the processing system of life, is to make up a 200 mm diameter disc, half black and half white, with a spindle through its center, and rapidly spun in bright sunlight, like a spinning top. As the disc slows down to the correct speed, stare at the disc without shifting your eyes, and you will be able to see the same phenomenon, involving a matrix involving line work forming octagons, and other geometry. You will be able to see rotating rings of octagons, along with other images involving geometry. With the use of video interfaces, we can access the processing system of life, producing the holographic universe, and read the contents of any program. The most efficient form of communication between ourselves and others, is not through the internet, or through the use of radio frequency, which is far, far too slow and restrictive. Instead, it is more practicable to use the network of the processing system of life, which connects all. The speed of radio frequency communication is restricted by what scientists on Earth interpret as the speed of light. It is useless to use such methods involving radio frequency if you wish to communicate across a galaxy or interstellar space. If we use the network involving the processing system of life, all communications are instantaneous, without any delays involved. The communication involving the processing system of life uses a visual interface, which can be displayed on any PC, laptop or phone. The video interface directly involves the mind or life, the real self. The video interface is merely used as a drawing board, which is overlaid on the processing system of life, to communicate through and with the processing system. But instead of this drawing board being static, it is dynamic, using animation software, to display a written program, involving geometry and letters, based on a universal partition map. The format used in the video interface display is a visual harmonic system, so a match can be made between the interface and the processing system of life. This forms the link between the video interface and the processing system of life. When we use the correct formats used in the geometric construct, the processing system of life recognizes this as the standard communication system introduced by the processing system of life. This is why we see the instruction letters appearing in any strobed area, based on the construct of the universally used partition map of the processing system of life. There are various ways of accessing the permanent libraries linked with the processing system of life. In my next video of this series, I will reveal more about accessing the permanent libraries of the processing system of life. Welcome to my series of videos on the holographic universe. Video 10. In this video I will reveal the construct of the permanent library, involving both environmental and avatar images. If you have not watched all my previous videos of this series, the holographic universe in their correct order, please watch them before watching this video, or you may not be able to understand what is being shown in this video in its correct context. These libraries exist external of the processing system, but are directly linked to the processing system of life. The format that allows us to access and peruse images in the permanent libraries involves a six-pointed star. And the library access, geometric-based instruction, is based on a hexagonal frame, formed by the construct of a six-pointed star. See in this drawing the formation of a hexagon in the center of the star, formed by the combination of the line work, involving the two triangles, forming the six-pointed star. There are 12 octagonal registers involved with these two stars, of which 4 of the octagonal registers are shared with a ring of 16 octagonal registers, shown here in this drawing. Note, 4 of the green octagonal registers, the upper, lower, left and right ones, are superimposed on 4 of the red octagonal registers in the same locations. The ring of 16 red octagonal registers involves a 5-pointed star to access the storybook libraries. This star can be displayed in any one of 4 orientations depending on the story you wish to access, but I will reveal more about the story program books in another video. Here are the other 3 orientations for the 5-pointed star. The 6-pointed star can be displayed in either of 2 orientations, one rotated 90 degrees from the other, in this application. Note how there is a group of 6 hexagons, part of a tessellated group of 7 hexagonal registers including the center hexagon in this orientation. Here is the other tessellated group of 7 hexagons. The hexagons are the geometric instructions for accessing the permanent libraries involving both the environmental images, as well as the avatar images. This drawing shows the 2 sets of tessellated hexagonal frame instructions, one superimposed on the other. Each of the hexagons are accessed through an octagonal register, acting a bit like a primary accumulator, but somewhat more sophisticated than what is involved in human-designed computers of today. This drawing shows the registration involving the line work of the construct. Note, the center hexagon is not accessible here. Here are the octagonal registers for the second tessellated hexagonal registers. The 6-pointed star selects the desired set of permanent libraries to be accessed, in this case the upper and lower permanent libraries. The upper libraries refer to purely visual images, whereas the lower libraries are to do with what humans believe to be material or reality. Note the difference in the sub-octagonal registers in each of the large green octagonal registers. The upper and lower, large green octagons have 4 sub-octagonal registers in the running program orientation. These select and run the application, while the other 4 large octagonal registers display in each a single sub-octagonal register are the 4 output registers for the video interface display. This is the video interface display. The 4 little octagons involves the addressing system. The display is involved in accessing actual programs involving images from the permanent libraries, as well as displaying images. In my next video, I will explain more about how the display register works. Welcome back to my 11th video of the holographic universe. This video is a follow-on from my previous 10 videos. If you have not already watched my previous 10 videos in their correct order, please watch them first, or you may not be able to understand what I am revealing in this video. The display register is used for both accessing the permanent libraries, as well as displaying images, resulting from the accessing procedure carried out in the display register. The libraries linked to the processing system of life involves modular packages, which looks like this. All the different instructions exist in a compressed state, contained inside the line work itself. Everything which exists is stored in the black, in massive libraries containing an infinite number of conceptual layers. Each new experience is added automatically to the same library construct. As this is a conceptual-based processing system, the libraries have no limit to the amount that can be stored. Everything passes through what the ancients referred to as the logos, or cross of light, some refer to it as the cross of life. This is a loading construct, designed to deliver the modules. These modules come in different sizes, depending on the location or stage within the programming procedure. Modules are color-coded according to their function at the time. The line work contains the instructions, while the hologram is displayed in the black. The hologram or holograms come out from the black. The module consists of a number of different applications, whose entity is identified by an instruction, which is geometrically based. For example, shown in this next drawing as a square, inside the module construct. This square is the geometric-based instruction, which selects the image or images the package is referring to. The large octagon in the middle of the program module is where the contents is displayed, determined by which of the geometric-based instructions is used or displayed. The four little outer octagons display the addressing. Each module contains 10,000 conceptual layers, numbered from 0 to 9,999, a total of 10,000 conceptually based layers. But each layer can also point to other modules containing the same number of layers, thus producing a directory tree. The four little octagon display what we also use on Earth as decimal. The lower right octagon displays the ones. A 0 is displayed as a blank octagon. The highest being 9, a total count of 10. The upper right displays the tens, between 0, a blank octagon, and 9. The upper left displays the hundreds, between 0, a blank octagon, and 9. And the lower left octagon displays the thousands, between 0, a blank octagon, and 9. This is what the address 7309 would look like shown in this drawing. In my next video I will reveal how to locate a program you would like to see from the permanent libraries into the logos, followed by how to load the program from the logos into the video interface display register. Welcome to my 12th video of the holographic universe. In this video I will show more of what is involved in accessing the programs involving environmental images. There are millions and millions of other apps used for other functions, besides the one I am showing you here. This is where we obtain the application program for perusing the permanent libraries in a display register within a 6-pointed star. This is achieved by writing to the upper octagon in this set of hexagons, indicating the permanent libraries. The libraries are not actually hexagonal, as they are non-dimensional, being conceptual, and only exist through communication within the conceptual processing system of life. The hexagonal frames are the geometric-based instructions for the permanent libraries. But since we have already identified the application's geometric architecture, we can simply write it to the video interface by displaying its geometric image using the correct format. This drawing is one of the processing components, referred to as the LAM, in ancient writings. It consists of 144 octagonal registers. It is the LAM which opens the books, so we can read them. They called it the LAM, because it looks woolly when operating. The interface I call the I matrix, was referred to in ancient writings as the LAM from the foundation of the world. The world being the processing system of life, not the earth. It has been confused in the writings that have since been corrupted by humans. This drawing shows the running program register of the LAM. It too contains 144 octagonal registers. Welcome to my city, which was referred to as the City of Nine Gates in ancient writings. A friendly, caring warning. Be on your guard and tread lightly, as you are in the presence of the living one. Come as a little child to the city walls, and you will receive the kingdom, and do not come with malice or revenge in your heart, neither come to steal or try to hack this processing system. If your intentions are evil in any way, toward the City of Nine Gates or life, it will deal to you most harshly, and even remove you from existence, to a dark and terrible place. They refer to this as the judgment in the ancient writings. This processing system is unhackable, and has been that way from the foundation of the all. It is very easy to see in this drawing how the processing system gets its name, the City of Nine Gates. These are the 4 registers, used to access the main libraries containing the all, involving all that has ever existed from the foundation of the world. The Earth is but one program in these libraries, which contain universes, and other worlds, which are nothing like any of the universes. These 9 gates registers is where access is found to the libraries involving all the environments of both all the universes, and other worlds. This is the logos, and is responsible for loading program modules into the center of the interface. This drawing shows both the 9 gates access to the program permanent libraries, as well as the logos together. This drawing shows where we write, in any language, to the picture register of the 9 gates program registers. In my next video I will show how we write to this register to find what we want to peruse in the permanent libraries. Welcome to my 13th video of the series, The Holographic Universe. If you have not watched my other videos in this series, please watch them in their correct order first, or you may not understand what is being shown in this video. First, let me explain a little about the library registers. They contain modules or packages, both images and stories. There are different types of stories. A story could involve a description or makeup of an image involving its components. Another type of story refers to the interactions between images. There are permanent libraries that can't be modified and contain the building blocks to produce new experiences. We can add to these libraries by constructing new images from the base building blocks. We can also take a copy of a module from the permanent libraries, then make up a new program and save it as another program in the permanent libraries. We can also peruse anything and display it in a display register, part of a video interface, which can be displayed on any smartphone, laptop or PC. Here is a drawing of the construct of a library access module or package, made up of yellow, light blue or light green line work, depending on the routine being used. These are an example of geometric program routines used in accessing the libraries. There are other colored geometric routines as well, but more on those later. Here are 2 animations showing the construct of the subroutines of the access module. This animation shows the inner and outer components of the access routine module. And this animation shows the construct of the running program register with its script boxes. These are the script boxes I was referring to in my earlier videos. The left and right-hand vertical script boxes are to do with the avatars, while the upper and lower horizontal script boxes are to with the environment programs. To make practical use of the processing system, you must have a clear vision of what you want to do. Do you want to look at a different environment anywhere in this universe we experience at present? Or do we want to access, say, a manual on your avatar, your body, and if so, what you want to know or look at? Remember, the video interface gives access to the all. There is nothing you can't find out through the processing system of life. Everything is based on location, shape and color. Everything is structured on inners and outers. So, to write to the processing system of life, we start with one of the transfer modules, involving the running program, and in this case the lower left corner register. The reason we use the lower left corner register is because it is the picture register, and is used as part of the routine involving our search. When we write to the register, in the lower sector of the running program, the processing system then looks for a match in its libraries matching our request. In this video interface, a transfer module is shown enabled. This is achieved through strobing the line work of the module. In my next video, I will explain more about these two registers, used in perusing the libraries, how they work, and interact with each other. I have used a simple shape in this case to search for in the libraries. Geometric images are forms of communication. Note, in the lower left corner register, a green hexagon appears, as well as many letters. Welcome to the 14th video of this series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched the first 13 videos of this series, I strongly recommend you watch all of them in their correct order, before watching this video, or you may not understand what is being shown. Check my channel for all my videos. Before I explain more about my last video, here is a drawing of the processing system interface, showing what the ancients referred to as the City of Nine Gates. This drawing shows the locations of the transfer modules involved in writing to the processing system of life to access the permanent libraries. Serious, extreme caution is required, and you must be on your guard, tread softly, and don't attempt to violate the processing system or life. Any attempt to try and steal anything, hack the system, or attack it in any way, or attempt to deliberately corrupt this knowledge, will cause swift and perilous action to take place. The inner city is guarded by a ferocious lion. Chinese refer to the inner city as the Forbidden City, and also show the connection between the city and the lion guarding the palace. The Jews referred to the lion as the Lion of Judah. Here is a photo of a lion statue in the Forbidden City in Beijing, China. Here is more explanation involving this first step in writing to the processing system of life. It involves the running program register shown here as a large rotated octagon being strobed between black and light yellow. The running program register is a very complex, multitasking compiler and assembler. Here it is searching for a match in its picture libraries that matches the hexagon we are searching for, displayed in the script box below the running program register. We can look for geometric shapes as well as writing text. Geometric shapes are used to make up standard compatible programs and appliances or gadgets used in our experience or universe. The search takes place in the picture register, lower left corner displayed as a square register, located in the yellow octagon of the transfer module. Stare at this register and you will see a green hexagon appear momentarily amongst the data in the form of like Greek and English letters and numerals, some appearing in little squares. This is the processing language used to locate what we are looking for in the libraries of the processing system. Here is a drawing of the type of letters you may see in the left lower picture register. The hexagon I am searching for is also displayed along with the data in this register too. Here is a drawing of the running program frame module associated with the transfer module. And here showing the inner running program register. And here showing the two modules together, the transfer module and the running program module. In my next video I will show you the next step in writing to the processing system to view the image in the permanent libraries. Welcome to my 15th video of this series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched the first 14 videos of this series, I strongly recommend you watch all of them in their correct order before watching this video, or you may not understand what is being shown. Check my channel for all my videos. In my last video I showed the first step in writing to the processing system by requesting it to find a hexagon in the permanent libraries. If you are wondering why I have used the hexagon image instead of written script, it is to keep things simple at this stage. Our intention is to import this hexagonal image into a temporary library, so in one of my future videos, I will use this as one example of how to present it in a video display register, displayed on your smartphone, laptop or PC. From there we will advance to finding a random environmental program image of say the surface of Mars in real time, displaying it in the video interface display register. The program will allow you to travel across the surface of Mars as though you are there, at any speed you desire, and in any direction, zooming in and out at will. This is of course purely visual. This is far cheaper than what Elon Musk or anyone else is trying to do, by sending people to Mars. From the video interface, it is easy to teleport anything, including the human body, anywhere in this universe, but be on your guard, for the human body may not be compatible with the environment being teleported to, resulting in a catastrophic situation. Here is the second part, involving the transfer of the hexagonal image I chose, to a running program register, located in the center of the lower script box. This then allows us to write to a temporary library running program register, to prepare both the temporary register, and the image to be accepted by the temporary library. Note the two instruction letters, first a rotated A and then a C, displayed in the temporary library involving a ring of 8 octagonal registers. This ring of 8 registers will display the image, in another stage of the process. The contents from the permanent library register is then passed on to the scratchpad register, on the right-hand side. Note, the ring of 8 involves a different set of octagonal registers, in the temporary library. Octagons are used a bit like a keyboard, displaying any command or instruction. We can either read or write to these. In my next video, I will show the next stage, where the hexagonal image, sent to the temporary library, is displayed through the use of the ring of 8 octagonal registers. Welcome to my 16th video of this series, the Holographic Universe. If you have not watched the first 15 videos of this series, I strongly recommend you watch all of them in their correct order before watching this video, or you will not understand what is being shown. You will find this series, the Holographic Universe, on my channel. In my last video, I showed the second step, in writing to the processing system, setting up a temporary library, to store and display an image, in this case a simple hexagon. Now that I have entered the appropriate data, in a temporary library, I will explain about some of the instructions, used to perform numerous tasks, involving the presentation of the image. The temporary library module has a number of different sets of octagons, representing registers. This set involves the inner running program registers. In this next drawing I have shown the library registers themselves. When data is sent to the temporary library, a copy will be repeated in all the registers. This is the holographic nature of the processing system of life, but the location of each octagonal register represents a different application. This drawing shows the outer running program register. The octagonal registers are larger than its smaller inner sub-octagonal registers. Note the location of the outer 4 corner registers located in each of the 4 script box registers. The first of 2 instructions, I entered halfway through the program, displayed in a video interface, in my previous video, was a rotated uppercase A. The instruction refers to a program involving a geometric form, which looks like 4 wings. This drawing shows the 4 wings, and 4 registers, 1 in each wing. The program involving the A instruction is for the addressing system. It refers to the library in a set of octagonal registers. The C instruction I showed as the second instruction, in my previous video, is the instruction for the C register involving a ring of 8 octagonal registers. This drawing shows the ring of 8 octagonal registers. The ring of octagons is used to display the image, in this case a hexagon, I chose to put in this temporary library, for future use. Note there is a larger octagonal register in its center. The octagon in the center has both an inner and outer register. The inner octagon displays the data, while the outer octagon displays the instructions. Here is a C instruction, displayed in the outer center octagonal register. There are a number of C instructions, displayed in various different orientations. With the C instruction in this orientation, the ring of 8 octagonal registers is shifted to the right, and the image in this case is displayed in the larger center octagon. The data is displayed in the little right-hand octagonal register. If the C instruction is rotated into this orientation, the ring of 8 octagonal registers is shifted downward, and the data is displayed in the little octagonal register, in the lower script. In my next video in this series, your health, emergency vehicles would not use them. Only a portion of the partition map is displayed. These 16 major registers are displayed in a